batch of spares that are equivalent to another system. So you find you have locked up costs, locked up money into spares that you'll never use, okay? And then lastly, there's a need for data-driven maintenance because many of the systems we buy are able to provide us with a lot of data that if we mined and polished and processed can give very good insights on how or when to do maintenance. So this is the justification for the change from the traditional to what we call responsive maintenance. So what is responsive maintenance? Okay? We define it here as condition-driven maintenance interventions initiated in response to real-time monitoring, alarms, performance trends, health status information, and other operational needs, okay? So you can see the transition from corrective, the way we have always done it, you wait for something to break down, you intervene, or from scheduled or preventive where you have a roster, and now we are saying the new way where we now need to focus is the responsive or condition-based. Now, for you to achieve this, number one, you need the data. And like the previous presenters were highlighting, one of the challenges we have is manual systems. You find we always capture information after maintenance, but this information is locked away in, very big books and starts collecting dust, you see? So we miss a lot of insight by these kinds of practices. So under this approach, maintenance personnel respond to indications of degradation before complete failure occurs, okay? In other words, the response is to a system condition rather than a total breakdown. So in this new approach, you don't wait for the system to break down. Rather, you keep monitoring the data, performance data, and specific parameters, and you're able to look at trends. And based on these trends, you're able to intervene before the system breaks down. I'll give some examples of where this can apply. Consider an ADSB ground station that generates alarms due to declining receiver sensitivity, prompting adjustments or replacement. You see that. So before the receiver fails, for example, if you're paying attention to certain key parameters within the system, you're able to predict that at a given time X, this receiver is going to fail. And hence you're able to intervene before the failure happens, okay? The other example is if you have a VHF transmitter that is showing abnormal VSWR values or abnormal power output values, and you're able to look at this versus the data that you had at commissioning time, you can be able to predict that indeed, if there's no intervention, this particular transmitter is going to fail at a particular time X, okay? And so on and so forth. So what are the implications with this? Number one, it means you don't have to stock the spares that you don't need, okay? You don't have to stock the spares that you don't need. Like the example we gave where people have very big, consignments of spares that you never use throughout the life cycle of the equipment. And my imagination is if we adopt this, then some of the money that is used for these kinds of procurements can be repurposed for training in areas of cybersecurity, in areas of AI, and in other emerging interesting areas, okay? So I have a table here to compare the two approaches, the traditional maintenance approach and the responsive maintenance approach. We see that in the traditional maintenance approach, it is typically time-based or condition-based. You're talking about time-based because you have a schedule. Maybe you want to check this every day, you're checking the equipment every month, you're checking the equipment every 6 months, and so on and so forth. Under responsive maintenance, we are saying no. We are supposed to do this based on conditions. How do you get the conditions? You're monitoring the data and the parameters, key parameters of the equipment in real time. Of course, this is not something a human being would typically have to do. because our attention spans are very limited and we are typically busy people. And that's where AI comes into the picture, okay? The previous presenters were mentioning that AI is an enabler for responsive maintenance. Because if you're collecting big chunks of data, a human being may not be able to pinpoint and identify the trends. However, a well-trained AI model can be able to help you highlight some of these trends and intervene, okay? Then under traditional maintenance, we see that it's typically reactive. You're either reacting to a failure or you're reacting to a maintenance schedule, okay? Or you're reacting to a user complaint, okay? Under responsive maintenance, this is purely predictive. You anticipate, you predict, you make logical guesses and intervene before the equipment begins to deteriorate. Under traditional maintenance, we see that we have fixed schedules, like we said, it's either daily, monthly, weekly, biannual, annual, and so on. Under responsive, the burden is for you to do what we call real-time monitoring, okay? Real-time monitoring, not purely by an individual, but by suitably designed AI systems that can help you do trend analysis. Traditional maintenance is failure-oriented. Like we said, you're waiting for something to fail, and then you intervene. Under responsive, we are mainly looking at the risk. Okay, you're looking at hazards and the risks. So for every trend that is flagged, you do a safety assessment. And if this qualifies, then you do the intervention. Under traditional maintenance, you typically have higher outages because you wait for things to fail. And then responsive maintenance affords us improved availability values because we anticipate the failure and we are able to intervene. Traditional maintenance is usually mainly looking at historical information and you're packing the information somewhere. You rarely even visit this information. You do a lot of maintenance reports, but very few people go back and look at these maintenance reports. Under responsive maintenance, this is something continuous. You're looking at the continuous data streams. So we propose a simple framework here on how responsive maintenance can be achieved. Is this very readable? My friends at the back? I can try to read. Number one, as a requirement, you have to be able to monitor in real time, okay? Then number two, like we said, the monitoring is not something you typically do as a human being because our attention span is very limited and we are busy people. And this is where AI finds a very good application because the machine never complains, okay? Number two, you should be able to detect degradation. And how do you do this? You look at trends. For example, at the time of the factory acceptance or site acceptance, you know that your VSWR values, the normal values, were supposed to be X. So by having this knowledge of what the normal state looks like and what the site acceptance values look like, you're able to detect the degradation way early before the actual breakdown happens. And then number three, you do a safety, you do the safety assessment. In other words, not every degradation will warranty intervention, okay? So you have to look at the raised or the flagged risk, and then you give it a severity value and then a likelihood value, and then you compute and see whether this warrant is an intervention or it's something that can wait, okay? Because not every degradation warrants an immediate intervention. Then number three, if this meets the right safety criteria, then you organize for the intervention. And usually this is through coordination with the end user to schedule a downtime or where you find that the traffic is not as intense. So you organize and have a suitable window, do your intervention. And then number three, after your intervention, you verify performance. In other words, you want to establish if your intervention was able to restore the performance to the expected value, okay? And then you restore the service most important in this framework is you have to keep your records. Like we mentioned, the old way is we are writing in a book. In this approach, we are required to automatically capture and store our information in the right databases, okay? Because that's how computers operate. If you're going to use this data to reinforce and retrain the system, then you must have a suitable database to keep your records. So there is no space for manual record keeping in responsive maintenance approaches, okay? Then number 8, you're able to do trend analysis because now you have a history of records. And number 9, you're able to improve because you pick lessons learned and you're able to improve over time. So there are a number of supporting ICAO SAPs at each of these stages. And these range from your ICAO Annex 19. Then you have your DOC 9859. And there are a number of critical areas that you emphasize these requirements, okay? So this slide talks about those appropriate SAPs, including our favorite ICAO Annex 10, which is our Bible as ARTSEPs, and so on and so forth. So I won't dig so much into this because this is information that we know. So what are the enablers? If we are going to go towards the responsive maintenance approach, what enablers do we have to have in place, okay? Number 1, automated maintenance management and storage of records. Like we mentioned, the old way of keeping maintenance records is keeping us behind. You cannot take advantage of AI. You cannot take advantage of automation if you cannot keep your records properly in a proper database, okay? Because this is how computers operate. So this is the low-hanging fruit for all of us. If we are going to transition to responsive maintenance, the very first step is automating our maintenance processes. How do you create work orders? How do you implement the maintenance? How do you store the reports? And so on and so forth. So we need to transition and do away with the old logbooks, those very big books. They don't have a place in this new paradigm, okay? Number 2, we were talking about closed systems, and this came up in our discussion on AI, that whereas it may appear that we have no role to play in the transition to responsive maintenance, we specify this equipment, we design specifications, okay? And we emphasize here that at the time of specification writing, we should be very clear on the kind of data and interfaces that we want these manufacturers to open up for us, okay? Otherwise, we are leaving value on the table. There's a lot of value that we can pick from the equipment, but most of the time, our specifications are purely on the surface, okay? So we need now to transition and be very proactive and specific on what kind of data, on top of the other operational requirements, what kind of data do we want the manufacturer to offer to us? This has to come very clear in the specification. Because if you don't do this at the time of procurement, the moment you mention this down the road, it will attract more money, okay? So this is something we have to do at the time of specification writing. Then number 3, on the enablers, there's need for machine learning and AI infrastructure to train the models. Like I said, most of the data that the equipment generates in line with the responsive maintenance is not something we can analyze as humans, okay? Human beings don't have a lot of concentration on a given task. We are busy. We are jumping from one thing to the other. However, a well-trained machine learning model can do this. However, one of the constraints on the continent is the infrastructure. We don't have the infrastructure. Luckily, our friends from Morocco were able to highlight that they have made substantive investment in this. And I think we can pursue some MOUs and see how to leverage this and learn from their experience. Then number 4, on the enablers, there is need for leadership buy-in and management support. Of course, where we find challenge here is we are not able to speak the language of management. Because as engineers, We want to talk about equipment and so on. But when you go to the boardroom, people are talking about profit and loss. So now is the time for us to translate the benefits of the responsive maintenance into dollars, okay? Because this is what the managers understand, okay? This is what the leaders understand. And then the last enabler here, if you're going to do proper responsive maintenance, you need to do the change management, okay? You need to do change management. In other words, the introduction of AI and all these other seemingly advanced features should not introduce new problems into the system. So the idea of change management is for you to identify all possible hazards, okay, that can come as a consequence of this new change and address them or mitigate them. So that is the last enabler that we propose if we are to transition to this new paradigm. There are a number of key performance indicators. If you're doing this right, what are the key performance indicators that will indicate that we are moving in the right direction? Number one, the mean time to restore. Of course, if we are doing our predictive or responsive maintenance right, this value will reduce because we are able to restore or address possible failures in time, okay? So the MTTR is likely to improve, okay? Then the mean time between failures is also something that we can keep track of, and this will indicate if we are doing this right. And the other parameters listed here, I'll not go too much into those. There's another basket of parameters that are tied to the money. Because remember, we were saying, if you're doing your responsive maintenance right, then you don't need to stock too many spares that you don't need, okay? So these are the parameters that are tied to the money. For example, the working capital locked in spares inventory. So if you're doing your responsive maintenance right, then you don't have to lock a lot of money into your spares, okay? You don't have to stock things that you don't need. There is the spare parts inventory turnover, inventory carrying costs. All these are KPIs that speak to the performance or the efficiency of the responsive maintenance practice. So I'll give an example here. It's not a very polished example, but just to drive my point home, is that I wish I can find a marker. Okay, laser pointer, yes. Yeah, so what we have, unfortunately, I can't point, but I'll try to step through very fast. What you have under number one is your data source, okay? I'm giving an example of an Excel sheet here, but typically this would be an automated interface, something that is automated straight from the equipment, okay? So you're picking this information straight from the equipment through a standard interface. A standard interface that you have defined and for which the manufacturer has opened for you, okay? So you have data. This data can be relating to the VSWR, the voltage standing wave ratio. This data can be relating to the transmitter power. It can be relating to the AC mains current, AC mains voltage, and so on, temperature and so on. So this is data that we can get, okay? This is data that the manufacturers can open up for you. And then the next stage is you're packaging this information into a format that your machine learning model can consume, okay? That's why under number 3, you have a model, a machine learning model that has been trained to flag anomalies, okay? So it should be able to flag anomalies way before the equipment breaks down. And then number 4, you have a dashboard. This is, to the operators to look at the trends. And then under 6, or sorry, the numbering, but you're able to now generate alerts in form of email, in form of monthly reports, and for which your maintenance teams can intervene. So responsive maintenance should not be looked at as a very abstract idea. This is something that is possible, okay? Provided you have the right data. That's why the sequence starts with a data source. You need to have the right data. So there are a number of bottlenecks to adoption of this, and we highlight these, but also propose solutions. Number one, like we mentioned earlier, the manual processes and the fragmented record keeping. This is a challenge, okay? Our solution here that we are proposing is the implementation of automated maintenance management systems and digital data collection. The second bottleneck that has come up in our discussion is the skills gap in machine learning, analytics, and advanced diagnostics. Our proposed approach here is to invest in training. Luckily, we have some people from the training organizations here. And I think now is the time for them to package appropriate courses for ARTSEPs to pick some skills in machine learning and data analytics, okay? Number three, the other challenge is vendor lock-in. You know vendor lock-in, where a manufacturer sells you an equipment, but you're not given any interfaces, you're not given any proper documentation. So we are saying, how do you solve the vendor lock-in? We already talked about proper specification development, okay? So we need to advocate for open standards, interoperability, and standard interfaces, okay? The manufacturers need to provide standard interfaces, and it's in our power to request and enforce this, okay? Number three, the other challenge is resistance to change, where you have management, lack of management buy-in, okay? So how do you get management to buy in? We already said we need to translate our language as ARTSEPs into something the leadership can understand. We need to talk dollars, okay? We need to stop talking machines and all that. When you meet the decision makers, you have to talk dollars, okay? And this comes with the stakeholder engagement. We have to engage our leadership and highlight these benefits to them such that they can embrace this and give us the budgets that we need. Number four, you have limited AI and machine learning infrastructure on the continent. Our proposal here is that we need to share resources across the continent. If Morocco is already doing something, if Uganda is already doing something, we need to embrace these forums, okay? And share knowledge and experiences, okay? This can be through MOUs and other avenues, okay? I've found MOUs to be very efficient vehicles to help other members learn from experiences of those that have gone before us. The other bottleneck is inadequate historical data. This we already mentioned that the generation of writing in books should stop, okay? We now have to transition to automated maintenance management, and this is how we shall be able to collect the useful information that we need to transition to responsive maintenance. And so on and so forth, including cybersecurity challenges, because now you're opening up systems for data harnessing, okay? There are implications in as far as cybersecurity is concerned, but the previous speaker talked about that. I will not go too much into the depth of that. There are some benefits. Some of these I've already highlighted in the KPIs, but we can just go through them very fast. Largely, it's the improvement of the maintenance because you're able to detect and intervene before equipment fails. So you have opportunity to improve availability, reliability, and end user confidence because our end user, the controllers and the AIM officers are able to believe that we have their best interests at heart, and so on and so forth. There are many benefits, some monetary and others purely operational in nature. What are the implications for us as ARTSEPs? The points are all over the place, but number one is reskilling that many people have talked about here, reskilling and upskilling. The conventional knowledge that we have always had needs to be enhanced, okay? So the ARTSEP of today is not only someone who is repairing and fixing equipment, but rather you are a data analyst, you are required to be a software engineer, you're required to put on so many hats to have an idea of how these things operate and how to leverage and take advantage of them. The other implication is the transition from manual to automated maintenance practices. This we have talked about. Number three, stakeholder engagement. We need to stop locking ourselves in the server rooms and go where the money is shared, okay, and speak that language, okay. And then lastly, the implication is we need to give a lot of thought into equipment specification development, because usually people are rushing and they don't give this process enough time, and hence we end up locking value into the equipment. So this is the equipment specification development is a very important stage where our expertise and interests can be combined and compressed in a document. So I'll conclude, and I see people are losing attention because this is a very bad time, but I will just conclude and hopefully we can have our panel after. So in conclusion, the future of CNS ATM maintenance is not repairing failures, okay? We need to go away from that. In any case, even most of the designs don't allow us to do that, okay? Due to very large scale integration and all these other modern practices. So where is the future? The future is in preventing degradation through continuous monitoring and the integration of intelligence systems for timely intervention. And with that, I thank you for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you again for your presentation, for your brilliant presentation, but we never lose attention. After lunch, maybe we will question about your presentation, but now is maybe is the most important information I have to give it to you. Fortunately, it's lunchtime. 30 minutes for lunchtime. So we need please to use this elevator. Okay. Thank you and see you later. Senhoras e senhores, convidados, é hora do almoço e as questões que vamos colocar depois da apresentação será a seguir o almoço. Bom apetite a todos e até o regresso.
Elijah Mitanga. A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. Yeah, so thank you very much, engineers, and you are welcome. So, Engineer Richard, I watched your presentation earlier. You spoke well about maintenance, safety, and all that. But what really is the fuss about this issue was about maintenance, safety? Aren't we just, exacerbating the issues? Look, so you have a car, you know how to maintain your car, you have, know the specifications and all those things, you maintain your equipment and all that. So has anything changed when it comes to maintenance and safety and all that? What really is this whole thing about? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Bless. And we'll be back, colleagues, from lunch. So maybe to answer your question, I would summarize my entire presentation because the answer is in there. Yeah, so there's a shift, paradigm shift in the way maintenance has been conducted before. And from the traditional maintenance, which is typically preventive or corrective, to responsive, wherein you're responding to degradation or trends in degradation. And why this is possible today is necessitated mainly due to a convergence of issues. Number one, we have opportunity availed because of AI. This is something nobody spoke about 20, 30 years ago, but today the enablers seem to be in place. And the other enablers are the aging equipment, increased complexity of our infrastructure. Like I mentioned, the typical equipment room 20 years ago was a very small facility. When you visit many of the NSPs, you realize that the level of complexity is exponentially increased. So we are managing a vast arena of equipment and services. And I think this convergence of all these factors contributes to the emergence of responsive maintenance. And there are benefits, indeed. Benefits in improvement of availability. Like we said, if we do this right, then we don't even need to stock a lot of spares. And perhaps we can use some of this money for other things, including training and capacity development. So in a nutshell, responsive maintenance is that paradigm shift from the routine, the corrective, more towards the predictive and condition-based maintenance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we talk about the operational efficiency, Engineer Gomba. So what does this predictive maintenance, if we talk about this predictive maintenance, you juxtapose it with the operational efficiency. What do we really mean? What are we talking about?
Okay, thank you, moderator. When we talk about responsive maintenance, it increases or enhances safety and not efficiency. How? When we perform responsive maintenance, we perform it before the system disruption occur. We perform it in order to prevent system anomalies before they turn into operational hazards. So by doing so, we increase or we enhance aviation safety. But efficiency is the benefit of responsive maintenance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Engineer Elijah. So now we are talking about ASEP. So what really are the new competences the ASEP should be able to develop in this particular area?
Okay, thank you and good afternoon. Apologies for coming back to this seat today. In the morning, I was doing somebody's shift and he was supposed to do my shift in the afternoon, but he just called, he said he'll do my shift in the next African regional meeting. So that one will be a year plus. But thank you very much, Engineer Kelvin. You know, we have been doing the maintenance the way we do it, and we have been doing it very, very well. But it has, there are some gaps which have been identified in the way we do our maintenance. So what we are trying to do in this condition-based is to improve the way we do our maintenance, such that it is the way our colleagues have said, increase the efficiency and also the safety. But you know, with every new technology which comes, we must, the way the presenter put it very well, Engineer Richard, you must upskill ourselves. You must have different competencies that will enable you to work in the new arena. And if you don't have those competencies, it means you'll be thrown away from the maintenance because you lack some competencies. One of the competencies which we need to do is what our brother was saying about cybersecurity. It is here with us. There is a better way whereby we can manage issues to do with the cybersecurity. The other competency, because of the maintenance which accepts we need to equip ourselves, is data analytics skills. We need to be, because responsive maintenance is about using data, and that is called data, using it very well in order to improve our maintenance. So we need those skills about data analytics. We also need skills about artificial intelligence, because you cannot use a skill which you have not trained and you have not mastered. So we need all those skills in order to upgrade ourselves such that we be able to do maintenance better than you are doing it. So accepts are being called the way one of the persons said, we train ourselves. We don't wait to be trained by other people, but of course we need some training in order to be able to align ourselves with the new paradigm. Thank you, moderator.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll stay with you. So you mentioned the artificial intelligence. So is it an enabler, or what really is it?
Okay, thank you. Artificial intelligence is just an enabler to our ARTSEPs. As we said in the morning, we are not going to replace the ARTSEPs. ARTSEPs, in fact, because of the technology, they are going to be very, very many. But it depends on how you use the artificial intelligence. If you don't master the art on how to improve your skills in order to be able to use artificial intelligence, it means artificial intelligence will phase out some ARTSEPs. But the good thing is we must master the art of artificial intelligence, whereby from the way you do the steps, first is to master how you do the data collection. And the data collection, we do it for a long time. Because if you have wrong data, you'll always be receiving erroneous results and you say, AI is not helping me. AI is not doing the right work. Then we need also to choose pilot programs. We need to test it. That data, we need to test it with the pilot programs in order to see whether AI is still assisting us. But as I said, the moderator is after we upskill and we collect the data, we do the pilot programs, and also we need we need the government support and regulations such that we can enhance this AI, and this AI will is enabler to the ARTSEPs. It will not replace them, but will do our work very, very well and more efficient. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Richard, I'll take it from where he just ended, talking about you need more help from the management thereof And so in your presentation, I saw you mentioned obviously issues regarding the barriers when it comes to the organizational barriers, when it comes to the issues of responsive maintenance philosophies. Could you just highlight a few of the things that you spoke about or that I saw during your presentation?
Yeah, so thank you, Bless, for that. So there are several barriers that can impede the successful adoption of responsive maintenance philosophies. We start with the mindset change, the way we think about this. Number one, we have to appreciate that the time has come to improve the way we do our maintenance. And not only as a trend, but there are serious benefits. Okay. The other barrier is the know-how, the knowledge. And I think this speaks to what Elijah mentioned about the reskilling and upskilling. Forward to all this discussion is the manual collection of maintenance records. It's a barrier because, like the previous presenter has mentioned, AI is about data, garbage in, garbage out, the quality of the information. So the idea of creating manual logs and storing manual logs and all that cannot enable us to be able to use this data for other machine learning processes along the value chain. So I think core to that is the adoption of better maintenance or maintenance record management. And I think one of our sponsors today from CAA will give a presentation about this, on how modern methods of maintenance management can be adopted within our workflow. Because this gives us the data that we need to train the models. And then the other barrier, like he mentioned, the regulatory challenges, because this is emerging technology. So most of the regulations that we have are not very exclusively detailed or descriptive about the requirements as far as the AI and responsive maintenance approaches are concerned. Because from the regulator's perspective, you cannot introduce new risks or new hazards. Okay, so the regulator needs to also have this confidence that whatever new maintenance paradigm you're introducing does not create new hazards or new risks in this process. That's why we mentioned about proper change management. And in that is the piloting, the ability to choose pilot projects and validate the pilot projects. From our experience, this is one way of building confidence in the decision makers that this is not intended to worsen the situation, but rather to improve and provide value. And then adoption or support from management is a barrier, but like I mentioned earlier, ARM26, we now have to tune the way we communicate with management.
No, so let me just so you spoke about the regulatory framework, how difficult it is to have all these things done. But you see, one issue with ASEP or CNS, let me say management or those who handle CNS is systems is such that, so the regulator is there. So he has oversight about what you are going to do. Now you go discuss the issues amongst yourself. Everything is done. You to the point of even traveling to go and learn, to go and study on the issue. When you are done, then you bring it to the regulator to look at it.
Yeah.
How fair
Yeah.
is that? Because you see, the regulator must be on top of the issue.
Yeah.
The regulator must understand the issues more than the service provider. That is the bottom line.
Yeah.
But here lies the case where the service provider takes the lead, does everything, now brings it to the regulator to, the buying. So these are some of the difficulties. In your presentation, you mentioned some enablers, and you mentioned the fact that the specifications.
Yes.
Just from the word go during the procurement stages and all that. And I think that you also said leadership buy-in or management support and all that. I'm a bit curious. Okay, so you work in an environment where safety is we work basically safety is what we eat, what we drink, everything. So you expect management to be aware of that. So why would the ASEP or the CNS service provider have to go back and convince management to buy into what is really bringing the money, the resources? How do we explain that?
Yeah. So thank you for that. You rightly note that sometimes as ARTSEPs, we move faster ahead of the regulator, and it usually backfires. So that's why we mentioned in one of the enablers is the stakeholder engagement.
Yeah.
So you can have all the fancy ideas and all that, the engineers are excited about the technology, but now is the time to really be intentional about the stakeholder engagement. In fact, I don't know how many regulators or inspectors that we have in the audience. How many inspectors by a show of hands?
You have a moderator as one?
That is one. I'm looking at the ratio of those are two.
Okay, yes, my colleague is there.
Yes,
Yeah.
so you see that even the representation in such fora, you see the regulators they're there, but you get the feeling that their participation is not yet fully emphasized. So I think as a takeaway from that is the stakeholder engagement, total involvement of the regulator from inception of some of these ideas to the final implementation. And then the same point can answer to the management buy-in issue. One of the key considerations, like we said, if you're going to interact with management, we need to tone down on the technicalities of, because engineers want to speak the technical stuff and all that. So we need to understand the language of management, and we need to package our proposals in line with the frequency, in quotes, the frequency of management, which is typically the dollars, the money.
Yeah.
Where is the cost saving in this? Because if you're telling management you now want to do responsive maintenance, you want to get some training, you want to buy some equipment, you want to buy a computerized maintenance management system, that is very good jargon for the engineer. The manager asks, where is the money in this? Where are we saving? What are the benefits? So we need to package our conversation to the right audience and in the right way. Yes, so if you're speaking to the regulator, you need to indicate and emphasize that you're not introducing new risks, you're meeting the regulatory requirement, and your new technologies are not introducing new hazards altogether, or you're not just, spoiling everything. And then to management, again, we need to package the right conversation. But in all that, the key word is stakeholder engagement, continuous stakeholder engagement.
Yeah.
Yes,
Maybe something small. I remember there's a time we used to incorporate the inspectors when we are doing our specifications, because there was a requirement that the inspectors will have to approve our specs. Then we used also to incorporate them when you are going for factory training, site training. But the way it has been put, the ratio is is not good, because we have maybe 2 CNS inspectors against ARTSEPs who are more than 150. And you cannot be everywhere. And we tried to incorporate the inspectors because it will make it very easy when we are doing now the procedures, when we're incorporating a new system, such that the inspectors are together. But the numbers of the ratio of inspectors to the ARTSEPs is worrying. Then there is something also he had talked about, which was about change of mind. I think that one was the key barrier when it comes to adoption of all this, because there is that attitude which we have, but if we have that change of mind, and we have a positive attitude, we're able to incorporate new technologies and we're able to move further because technologies will come whichever way, even if we avoid them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, engineer, let me just find out. So let's look at the next decade. What do we see? What positive signs do we see regarding the responsible maintenance about asset in the next decade? Where do we see ourselves when it comes to responsive maintenance?
Thank you. What I can say, ARTSEP in the next decade, I see ARTSEP as system managers. I see ARTSEP as manager of AI. I see ARTSEP as decision maker based on the data. I see ARTSEP as reduce the work to ARTSEP, but also I see some negative to that. ARTSEP, there will be a reduced preventive maintenance, that's scheduled maintenance, if we practice this responsive maintenance, because engineers can attend the site from remote. No need for engineers to go to the site due to the use of remote control and the monitoring system we have. So this is negative in terms of dollars. You said we should speak dollars. In terms of dollars for engineers, this is negative. Thank you.
But at least it's a positive for the organization. Yes.
So do you have anything to add to that in the next decade? In the next decade, isn't that too far? 5 years?
Yeah, so it will all, the answer is it depends. It will depend on us. Yeah, because aviation tends to take its time to adopt.
But are we doing that much that it still depends on us? Because look, it has depended on us for a very long time, on every sphere.
Yes.
When it takes up technology, the asset must go through the hustle and everything. So what do we have to do to be able to, unravel the mystery behind all these things? At least there has to be a way where we know we accept, will now, because, okay, so, yesterday, when you listen to the discussion and all that, the leadership issues and all that, I remember in Ghana, one of our former bought this in chair. He says that, look, we're having a meeting, ASEP meeting. He said, look, this ASEP, you are more interested in the screwdrivers and all those things. Get into the politics of the day. We are not talking about national politics. We are talking about the organizational politics. When you are talking about issues regarding finance, at least we need somebody who understands those issues. You go to the table where they are talking about finance and the ASEP is seated. And so these are some of the, I think, the bottlenecks that, the difficulties that we have as, professionals. And so when we keep saying that it depends on us, we've heard this story 10, 20 years ago.
Yeah, so thank you. You rightly observe that I'll borrow from the words of the director. He was, mentioning that we need to stop shying away from leadership and responsibility as ARTSEPs. Having engineering as your core competence is not an excuse not to venture into other leadership opportunities in the organization. Because at the end of the day, you may have all these aspirations, technical aspirations, but if your voice is not represented in the right fora, we can only keep wishing. That's why I said it depends on us. Depends on us and how we are able to channel our voices to the right fora. In fact, this is one of the fora where we are doing this. The ability to meet as ARTSEPs and talk about some of these issues and, share experiences, share knowledge is a step. Like we mentioned already, the ability to upskill and venture into other or acquire other skills in leadership and be able to have our voices represented in the right fora. But above all, the ability to show value, because these are not just concepts that we just need to talk about as nice concepts. We should be able to demonstrate that there's value in some of these approaches, value in terms of cost savings, value in terms of improvement in operations, and so on and so forth. So I think it's on us, okay? The challenge is before us to drive the narrative and try to raise our voices in the right fora and package this information in the best way possible for the audiences in those fora. For example, if you met the Director General, what kind of conversation are you tabling for him in line with responsive maintenance? Okay, so we need to be able to package the conversation or the communication in a way that is understandable to the decision makers. Okay. Yes.
Laya, you want to come in?
There's a movie, I don't know it's whether from Ghana or from Nigeria. They say the more you look at things, the more they remain the same for a long period. So if we are not careful, the more we look at AI, the more things will just remain the same for the next 10 years. But the truth is there's so much investment. People have invested in AI. People have been trained on the data analytics and all that. They are doing the coding, and that has been decided is the next step. So it is either we board or people we are left behind. But if we can have such forum, the way Engineer Richard has said, to sensitize our people, to make sure that we don't leave anybody behind. And I wish IFATSEA, also from the African region, we can have some either subgroups or some people from different countries in Africa, whereby they can come up with a good report, with a good progress, such that we don't leave anybody behind, because that is something which is on the move. And if you have a well-researched paper from our professionals in Africa, and they come to present to us either online or in a meeting like this, it will be a well-researched thing, and it is something which can be supported by the ARTSEPs. And this is something which now can be taken now to our leaders to buy it, the Africans. Then from there, from African regional meeting, when we go to the IFATSEA, we can have a very good presentation on the African position and how we are implementing those technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So before I invite questions from the audience, let me just add to what you just said regarding the papers and all that. So in the IFATSEA Africa, we have the Research Council. It's a council that deals primarily on the papers. If you have any paper you really want to work on, yes, they are the ones who want to look at it, advise on what you would have to do, and you want to do any presentation and all those things. Yes, so that council is there. We have the advisory council as well. When they look at the broader scope of the whole IFATSEA Africa, now we are even concluded on the strategy for 2030. Their contribution has been immense, and so I think that those groups, they do exist. Now, you see, after the last presentation on the cyber issues, cyber security issues, director said something that there would be a webinar. You see, you cannot imagine the number of people who are likely to attend or be on that call. They will not be up to 20. We have tried it not once, not twice. So the issue still comes back to the individual and not about the IFATSEA Africa or IFATSEA organizing or putting groups together. They do exist. But where are the people who we really want to have that kind of improvement from? It is not there. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to this conversation if you have any question. My CNS inspector. Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. After that, the Engineer Miri and the IFATSEA president. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for that insightful presentation, Engineer Richard. One of the things that we find in our places of work, and especially from the inspector's view, is provision of evidence for maintenance activity that has been carried out. In most cases, when inspectors come to audit our tasks or procedures of work that we carry out, we don't provide evidence, and it becomes an unconformance that you've not carried out the task. The other thing that you've talked of responsive maintenance is I find two things to it. One, responsive in the aspect that you wait for the equipment to speak to you that now it is time to carry out routine maintenance. That is one. And the other thing is you faithfully carry out that task. Like if it is scheduled that you have to do maybe after a month or 2 weeks, that is how you go about it. And I don't know whether you have brought in the equipment manufacturers into this space, because again, they normally have in their manual of maintenance, they have scheduled maintenance put in whenever they are building equipment, they put in those things. I don't know whether you are considering incorporating them. And finally, do we have best practices in other spaces where this responsive maintenance is being carried out, or it's a concept that you are developing so that we put into use? Thank you.
It seems this is to me, right?
Everybody.
So I'll try, and then maybe my colleagues can. Yeah. So you, if I understood the question very well, the first question talks about the records management. If you remember, the framework that I presented here has one of the elements towards the end. It's about record keeping. Okay. And in fact, if you remember, I mentioned that one of the key enablers for responsive maintenance is the transition from the traditional manual record keeping or maintenance record keeping to the computerized maintenance management approach. And to me, I think if we do that, then we shall have satisfied the expectations of the regulator in terms of the record keeping. Okay. And like I mentioned, we have a sponsor that will hopefully have some time today or tomorrow to tell us how this is done in Uganda. Okay, so that is one. The number two, you rightly observe that many manufacturers actually dictate on the kind of maintenance that particular equipment is expected to undergo. On a daily, on a monthly, and so on. Yeah, so there are two things here. There's what the manufacturer says, okay, which we have to do, okay? But there are implications. For example, I've seen many a times when we specify equipment, you have a whole catalog of spare parts that are dictated by the manufacturer based on whatever their estimates are, and then you have this kept somewhere in your stock with the promise that in the event that something fails, you simply pick a spare and say plug and play and you restore service. So what we are saying here is that yes, there are recommendations from the manufacturer, but there's opportunity. There's opportunity because what you keep as spares is money. Okay, think about it as money. sometimes this money is not used. We have experiences where someone stocks an entire set of cards that can make up a working system, and they never use this. I know people may not admit publicly, but this happens. This happens where you stock so many cards that you'll never use. And then 10 years down the road, you still have the cards and nothing has been replaced. So what we are saying here is that with responsive maintenance, there's opportunity to stock only what you need just in time, okay? Why would you hold on to a card that you'll never use? I mean,
Maybe,
you see.
for all you know, the procurement processes are kind of robust. And so with that, yes, you could store maybe just a few, but a situation whereby, you know, the procurement issues are so difficult to handle.
Yes.
So the person is thinking, okay, well, maybe I don't have to go through this hassle.
Yes.
So let me just, in the next 10 years, I don't want to have issue with procurement and everything. So let me just get a part. If I use it, fine. If I don't.
Yeah, so that is the lazy way of thinking, because the money that would have been used for your training, for your capacity building, is locked up in the spares. So tomorrow when you ask for money for training, there's no money. So we are saying as ARTSEPs, there's opportunity. There's opportunity. Yes. There's a way that once you have 10 years worth of spares, you're assured whatever fails down the road, you're covered. But the downside of that is you're locking away money that would ideally be used for other things, for other purposes. So we are saying we can strike a balance here. We can strike a balance and stock only that which we need based on insights from the real-time data analysis. And then we are able to strike two birds with one stone. Save some money, but also have the system availability and efficiency.
Okay. Before you come in, just let's allow Engineer Mary.
I hope I've answered to, okay.
Yeah. It's just ask them so that you just add it to it.
It's okay. Thank you, Richard and the panelists for the beautiful presentation. I just want to get a little clarification because I feel we need to be more practical in some of these things so that when we get back from here, we should be able to, you know, put to practice some of these things. So I was wondering, you know, you mentioned it in your presentation and also now, coincidentally, the last person that asked the question also touched on it. And that is the issue of the record keeping as regard to the data we need for the AI integration in the use of this maintenance. I remember you emphasized that we may not need the big logbooks, but rather the computerized data. So I try to like bring it to my own domain and look at the practical way that this can be achieved. And I was trying to look at for a communication personnel, what kind of data does he need to protect or provide? How does he get those data for a NAVEX personnel and likewise the surveillance? I know from the NAVEX background where I did most of my maintenance activities, some of these equipment have history, particularly those of them that you can maintain via computers. You could log in, you could see history of the behavior of the equipment when there was an alarm, which alarm caused a changeover. These histories are there. But I don't know how knowledgeable we are and how important this information are to us, because this information are not there for a long time. They do reset. after a while, you have the most recent update of the history of the equipment. Like, let me give a practical example. If you look into the modern maybe navets like ILS localizer or glide slope or viewer, you could see history of switch over.
Yeah.
That is what happened before the equipment switch over. The history is there. History at switch off. What happened before the equipment switch off? The history are there. But after a while, you lost those history. Do we require to get this, when we're talking about data now, which AI will use to predict the performance of the facility, how prepared are we in taking this information out if we are not going to have this logbook logins? Because I feel the logbooks are still very important because there are archives in which we could still get history of the equipment behavior. And then we need to know that probably because of our preparation to transit to predictive maintenance, we need to always extract these histories of the equipment behavior and archive it, because otherwise I don't know how, because we've been talking about data. So I'm trying to look at the practical way in which we can actually get this data to work with. Morocco told us in the morning they have data of 20 years, and we are all lamenting, how did they get data of 20 years from logbooks, or how did they get it? How did they get data of 20 years of equipment? So I'm trying to look at a more practical way where a NAVET personnel, a communication personnel, or a surveillance personnel will know that if I'm going to work today, I should be aware that as we are planning to go to AI integration, this information is important, so I don't throw it away anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So before you come in, let's get a final question from Angela. Just one question.
And
Just
it
one.
will be short, don't worry. And basically it is directed to you, so, okay. Just trying to think outside the box. By the way, congratulations, it's a very good topic.
Yep.
When we speak about responsive maintenance, we talk about, as you have explained, doing the things before we get the disruptions. So I believe it is based mostly on the safety. So how do you see it from the regulator perspectives? Because I feel like in order for it to commence, it can come from the regulator to the service provider. In a sense, like, because the emphasis is on the safety. Don't you think that the ball should start rolling from the regulator side then to the service provider instead of being otherwise? Because I see the challenge if we want it to start from the service provider, the ARTSEPs, because we don't have what is required to do this responsive maintenance. And basically, we are more comfortable on the scheduled maintenance. Of course, I am sure this responsive maintenance is not going to take away the scheduled maintenance, because there is a lot we do when we go for the scheduled maintenance. But I feel when we look on the issue of safety, it should be spearheaded by the regulator instead of the service provider. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mine, I wanted also to comment first about you wait for the equipment to give you what to do. The ARTSEP has the ultimate responsibility on what to do. The data which is coming from the equipment, it is assisting you to make the decision on maintenance. It is an enabler. Then when it comes to Engineer Mary about the logs and all that, any system which is software-based, wherever there is anything which happens to that system, the manufacturer will always tell you, send me the log file. Then you fetch the log file, you send it to the manufacturer. Then they have those upgraded systems whereby they just run the log file and they are able to know what has caused that crash in that system. So the data is still there. The equipment has all the logs which we need to save. But the problem we have is the information can be there, but we are not able to analyze it. Like those log files, unless you have done some training, you have the right softwares, you might not know what they mean, but the data is there in the equipment which we need to be saving for a particular time. And you'll find that what is happening to a given equipment in country A, the same thing will be happening to another equipment, the same type. They are almost similar. And it is the same information which we need to save. And we see how it accepts. We need that ability to be able to decode that information in the log files, in the equipment, because it runs that information and be useful to us at ARM26. Thank you.
Yes, so maybe to add to Engineer Mary's question, yes, indeed, we are not saying we are going to throw away the logbook, but we are saying if we are going to transition to responsive maintenance, we need now to also transition to computerized maintenance management. So the logbook is a very nice thing. It gives us confidence. It's tangible, but we need now to migrate to electronically storing some of these records. For example, I'll give you an example of like on a daily, on a typical equipment like a DVR, there are certain checks you do monthly. The question is, where does this information go? So you have a checklist. You go, you're checking all this RF power, you're checking the sub-carrier, you're checking all this. Where is this information going? At best, I imagine people have a file somewhere and, you know, the in-charge will sign. Of course, you'll sign, the in-charge signs. At best, the manager will also sign and then you file it. And so we are saying that is good, okay? But we can achieve better. We can do better if some of these records are stored electronically in a computerized maintenance management system, because then we can do much further with the analysis. We can pick insights, especially if this is done in real time. Okay, because there's a manual picking, but you can also achieve this in better ways if you define the interfaces with the support of the manufacturer. Then you can pick this information, be able to do real-time analysis on the information, and then you predict failures before they happen. So this can also buy you time to make whatever logistical preparations you need to order for the spares, but at least you have an early warning way in advance, months, okay? Things don't fail suddenly. Things tend to follow a certain degradation path, but we cannot see this because we are not paying attention to the information. So indeed, we may not do away with the logbook for now, but there has to be plans to transition to the computerized maintenance management system, at least as a first step. Let's keep the records electronically, and then it's a basic building block, if I'm to borrow that from your ASIBUs. The basic building block for responsive maintenance is the computerized maintenance management system. And then once you have this data, then we can talk about the analysis, we can talk about the insights, the safety assessment and all that down the road. Yes, thank you.
Any final words, Engineer Kamu?
Thank you. Mine is just to share experience, responding to Engineer Mill on we cannot move from logging the engineering logbook, but in Tanzania, we have started using electronic engineering logbook, logging our daily activities, including the maintenance, and we are doing it simultaneously with manual logging. So we have almost 4 months now logging in electronics and also manual feeding those faults. After that, then we will cross-check between the electronic logbook before going to the regulator and normal logging. But also, one advantage which I have observed using the electronic logbook is the easiest way to trace some data, to retrieve. Sometimes a fault can be happening continuously. Maybe within 2 days, the same fault. So sometimes you can log in and light that fault. You see what your colleague did. Yeah. So moving to this is a first way to move to the AI for our country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Director, I know we are behind time, but there was a question thrown to me. So instead of me answering now, I want to just throw a question back at Engineer Isaac briefly to tell us what his experience regarding the computerized record storage. I know he's very good at that thing, so he should just speak briefly, just under 60 seconds, please. Yeah. If you can do that for us under 60 seconds. Otherwise, pass Neto.
Thank you, Bliss. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so in brief, what Engineer Richard has been saying and the team is that, yes, it is true, we need to transition from the manual logbooks to electronic records. This is something that we have been working on for a while in Entebbe, in Uganda. And I will say that we've made very serious strides in this area. And we are now moving away from, for us, it is no longer about logs per se, but it is total system improvement. We are really improving the efficiency because the logs now are more of a secondary thing. And we are preparing our systems to be able to have the data that we can use to train our AI models and so on. So the systems, what we'll present when I get the opportunity, will really give an insight into how we can have this total system improvement. I would like to commend Tanzania that you are on the right track. And we want to encourage you that for us, we have done away completely, and also with the manual logbooks. Everything of ours is now electronic. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And to answer Engineer Angela, I think that you just have to engage. That is all. There has to be some level of engagement between the service provider and the regulator. And at least that is what I have to say for now. Yeah.
I know. I know it's a topic that's inexhaustible. There's much more to present, but the time is not on our side, please. We have more one point into discussion, but we give to you if the director or 2 minutes. Ok. É um tema que não se esgota, mas, portanto, há mais um painel de discussão e o tempo não está do nosso lado, portanto, acho que essa vai ficar por aqui. Acho que vamos ficar. Director, please, give me a fly, because.
Okay, before the director comes in, I want to give one answer to Engineer Angela on the question she asked regulators. So the regulators they don't dictate what you do. You tell them what you want to do, then they will follow. So even when we come to audit, we ask you, do you do the maintenance? How you do it, it's none of our business, but you have to show us that you do the maintenance. So to start with, you need to start you as an ANSP, then the regulator will follow what you have decided to do. I just wanted to add.
Thank you very much. And a round of applause to the
Thank you, Senior Inspector.
You know, the moderator is part of the organizing team for the events of this nature. One big lesson that I've learned today, never put East Africa in one panel discussion. The level of knowledge and passion for any discussion they will never stick to the time that we have allocated, but we really appreciate it. We should have given it more time, but in the interest of time, we couldn't exhaust all the important discussion. But as a takeaway, and I hope that somebody will raise this as a volunteer to volunteer. Next year, I want to focus on the case studies on the continent where predictive maintenance has been implemented. If we can just do that case study to indicate that it is actually doable, and these are some of the areas where you can look at introducing preventative maintenance. Before I allow the next panel to come, so that we are able then to close day 2 of our conference, we've been graciously graced by a huge representation from the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development in Nigeria. We had the permanent secretary here that graced our presence. The permanent secretary came with him, the dignitaries in our midst. We've got Miss Rabiat Tukur, she is the Director of Air Safety Administration, and Engineer Pius Egu, the Deputy Director of Safety and Policy. They are from the Federal Ministry of Aviation. I'm just going to ask that we get the microphone to them and the camera so that she can just say 1 or 2 words, then we are able to proceed. Madam, over to you.
Good afternoon, participants. Just like the uncle said, my name is Rabiat Tukuraniu, Director Air Safety Administration from Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development. I don't have much to say. It's just to thank all participants here and also to commend the IFATSEA. They've really done a very good job, and I'd like to encourage you more for such meetings. I wish you all a very good deliberation, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. If you can just get a camera to her there, you know, we are in the era of AI. We think we are talking to a person, talking to a robotics. We want proof of life. If we can get camera to her, please, so that we can truly recognize here. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence here. I think you'll certainly, your presence here does enrich the conference, and it will go in the history books that you were one of the participants at this important 16th IFATSEA meeting in Africa. Without further ado, let me call the president of the South African Arts Association, who's the moderator for the next panel discussion. Thomas Chaukwe. Is a discussion on human factors in the CNS management. I'm cognizant of the time, and I'm going to humbly request that we allocate this one for an hour. Let's finish at 5:10. So we can do a presentation. It's up to you how you configure it. It's 16:10 now. If we can conclude at 17:10 if we are late. If we are able to finish earlier than that, it will be a bonus. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. I always thought we are people of less words, but today you've proven me otherwise. Yes. But before we start with our panel discussions, I'll call Miguel Keta to do a small presentation, and then I can introduce the whole panelist. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
After all protocol observed, my name is Miguel Queta from Angola. I'm ATSEP, and it's a pleasure to do this presentation. The big issues for me is English is not my language. My language is Portuguese, but I will do my best. Thank you. Human factors in the management of the CNS system. This presentation was prepared with me for me and my neighbor. My neighbor, Mr. Jacques Timpanga, is absent because of some issues. During this day, we talked about different topics, about the AI, about cybersecurity, and many things, about systems, but we didn't talk about about actors. We cannot talk about technologies, systems, without the most important actor of the process. Who is this? All of us. All of us are important part of the process. We are human. We have different factors which affect our evolution and our development on the environment work. It's very important to talk about the safety before go to human factors. But we have this figure. What's this figure tell us? We can see on the left, I'm thinking on my son, they like a lot to see the movies, the kids' movies. Maybe you are thinking about the kids' movies, but it's to reflect about the safety. On the left, we can see the pilot on the aircraft. What we can see here? Not too much technology, not complicated, direct process. On the left, on the right, we can see too much thing to do, a lot of procedure. What's the way may be like a complicated. This figure help us to understand where we are going, what way we are walking. Because like this, we need to think about the why safety is important in nowadays. Evolution of safety. We have 4 phases: technical era, human factors era, organizational era, total system era. We can describe quickly each phase. We have the fast, on the technical era. Normally, the problems, incidents, and accidents, the main supply problems was the systems. With development and improvement of the systems, the problem was diagnostic on the humans. After, to improve the processes and the trainings, to improve the process, the problems go to the organizations, the policies, and the process on the organizations comes to be the problems for incidents and the other not good things for the operation. In our days, actually from 2010, we have the problems registered on the systems. This is the evolution of safety. We don't know what we can expect for the future. Please, I need help. We have here some registrations about the safety evaluation, and now we need to go exactly to human factors. Human factors involve human conditions, fatigue, complacence, and stress. Contribute to many aviation accidents. 80% of maintenance errors involve human factors. If not detected, work injuries, wasted time, and even accident can affect the environment. We have multidisciplinary psychology, engineering, industrial design, statistics, operation research, and the anthropometry. But it's very important to understanding the ways how people interact with the world, their capabilities, and the limitations and the influencing human activity to improve the way people do their work. We have this figure. Where can we see the different things involved on human factors? We can see mental state. It can affect the human. We can see human capabilities, human limitations, emotional state, physical state, environmental conditions, human machine interface. All that things can affect the human on environment work. And we have the next. We have other factors which can affect the human on the environment work, fatigue and the cognitive load. We have communication and the organizational culture. That's two factors can affect the human. And we have here one map, very important to understand the environment of ARM26. We have on the center, ARM26, we have too much systems when ARM26 is in operation. Can be by shift, can be daily routine. We can see too much systems. Communication, radio navigation aids, navigation system support, communication, distant position aids, surveillance systems. For some countries, is not Angola case. Visual aids, and too much things to monitoring and to see. And all these systems we can monitor and check on one room, all systems. It's give for ARM26 too much responsibility and can represent a very big workload. I believe you know very well this environment. We have automation and interface design is very big challenge for ATSEP. We must think three things: people, workplace, and management. It's very important when we are studying the human factor in organization. It's very important to define politics to warranty perspective for health, safety, environment. We have some factors which can affect the ATSEP on daily routine. The shell model is very important to help the organization to define politics to improve the human factors. And we cannot talk about human factors without the SEMS perspective. We have system, we have human, we have environment, and we have live way. All these are very important for the environment and for human factors and SMEs perspective. Software, procedures, training, and support. Hardware, machine and equipment. Environment is the working environment in which the rest of the LHS system must function. Liveware, other humans in the workplace. It's very important. And we need to associate all factors to have a good quality of organization. We have here different phases to prevent the incidents and accidents. Lapses in human performance are cited as casual factors in the majority of accidents. A better understanding and knowledge of human factors in ATSEP work can potentially decrease the accidents rate. We can see the environment of work. We have a dirt dozen. I believe no one like dirt, but sometime we can promote this. We have lack communication, complacence, lack of knowledge, distraction, lack of teamwork, fatigue, lack of parties, pressure, lack of assertiveness, stress, lack of awareness, and norms. That's dozen or 12 things that are not good for the environment work. We need to be observed, we need to communicate, we need to train, we need to do a feedback, we need to investigate, we need the risk, the assess risk, improve and mitigate the risks. It's very important for us. Incident analysis and lesson learned is very important to don't repeat the errors. Conclusion, human factors are critical to the safety and the performance of air traffic safe electronic personnel operations. Aviation authorities should proactively address risk stemming from fatigue, ineffective communication, automation, dependence, and the organizational culture by integrating validated regional guidance such as the APAC Regional ATSEP Human Factors Guidance Material. The APAC Regional ATSEP did the very good job about the ATSEP human factors. The stress for ATSEP, how can we manage the stress in our environment? Thank you for your attention.
You can sit this way. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. To those that have forgotten my name already, I'm Thomas Chauke. I'm the South African ATSEP Association president currently. So due to time, I don't think this is how I plan my panel discussion, but then we have to work with what we have. So quickly, I'll introduce my panelist. So I'll start with, she's a senior inspector of CNS at the Zambia Civil Aviation Authority, Enya Kakumbu. An ATSEP from Angola, and from the ATA Association, Miguel Keta. And last but not least, she's the former SATSIPA executive president from South Africa. She'll be joining us online, Ivan Sitwe. Are we good online?
I am here.
Ivan, can you please confirm if you can hear us?
I can definitely hear you. Yes, I can definitely hear you.
Madam, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we good to go.
Ah, okay. Yes. Should I unmute?
Thank you very much once more. I know people are very tired. It's been a long day, but please bear with us. An hour will do. I think 1 hour will be done with this one. Yes. But before I start, let me congratulate the previous speakers for the job well done. I feel like they deserve a round of applause. And to Mr. Keta, thank you very much for that foundation or a vehicle that you've started. So we will just ride on the presentation, colleagues. So thank you very much for that. Colleagues, the topic is human factor in the management of CNS systems. I feel we have been I feel like we've been neglecting this topic for some time, and I'm glad we decided to bring it home, and we're gonna explore it here in Angola. Ladies and gentlemen, the safety and the reliability of CNS system does not depend only on technology, but it depends on the people that are looking after the CNS systems. So a quick one, I think, Ania, I'll start with you. In the context of CNS system, what is this human factor?
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think the introduction of human factor has been presented already by Miguel. I hope we all paid attention and we've picked something. So every time I hear about human factor, what comes to my mind is me getting tired, me getting stressed, the fatigue. That's what comes to my mind. And if we put those things together, getting stressed and fatigue and just the confusions that goes around, what do you do to manage that as an ARM26? So like the introduction that we received, I would say it is a study on how human capabilities, limitations, behavior, and the interactions, how they affect the performance of safety and efficiency of CNS systems. Okay, so there are factors that affects that. And those factors, before I go to factors, this ensures that the management of human factor ensures that equipment, procedures, working environment are designed to match the need and ability of ARM26. Okay, so the factors that were mentioned, some of them are human performance. How do you perform when you are stressed? How do you concentrate on your work? When you are working and you are stressed with something, I feel it affects your performance. Is it true? It's very true, right? So those factors needs to be managed, not by someone else only, but even by us ARM26. It starts with us and our bosses. Yesterday, you heard me ask about politics. Politics is one of the source of stress as well. So it's one thing that needs to be managed from both our bosses. And some of you were jokingly telling me that you need to know how to manage your boss. How do you manage your boss? By just listening, because it will affect me. It will affect my performance whenever I'm working. And at the end of the day, safety is compromised. So when these things are managed well, there's reduced human errors, and then you improve CNS availability. Then you also ensure compliance with your regulations. We were talking about regulatory compliance here, and we were saying that for you to follow or to work together with the regulator, you need to make sure that you collaborate to manage stress, to manage the human factor. Yeah, I think I'll end there if my friend can add.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I was expecting a brief explanation, maybe 2 lines of explanation, but thank you very much for that. I think everyone now understand what is this human factor. But you've touched on something very important, especially with the word fatigue. Miguel, I want you to continue on what Enia has just said. The ATEPs, the workload, some they say it's a lot. They work shifts, fatigue. How does all of this affect the decision making and the performance of the ATEPs?
Thank you, Thomas. Of course, the workload affected the performance of ATSEPs on the environment work. We have reduced attention and the concentration. We have the increased probability of errors. We have a poor prioritization of tasks, and we have slower or rushed decision making. That's are the impact of workload for ATSEPs.
Thank you very much for that. I think let me quickly go to South Africa. I think I'm honored that I can jump between countries within seconds. So let me quickly go to South Africa. IFATSEA, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me? I am here. Can you hear me?
Teams designed to support human understanding and decision making.
Yes. Good afternoon to the panelists and all protocol observed. Thank you, moderator, for the question. I don't know if you can hear me clearly. Can you hear me clearly that side?
Yes, we can hear you. You can continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To be honest, currently the CNS and D systems are partially designed to support human understanding. We still have room for improvement. If we look at many of our legacy systems, like older DVORs, NDB, first generation VCS, they were built as equipment first, not human first. They gave ATSEP raw alarms, error codes, scattered HMI pages, but with little context. For example, let's take an ILS critical alarm might just say alarm 21, monitor fail, with no link to whether it's a localizer, the DME, or the power supply causing it. And ATSEP must mentally build the system picture by checking 3 or 4 different screens and also the manufacturer's manual. So decision-making becomes slow and error-prone, especially under pressure during low visibility when ATC needs service back very fast. But luckily for us, with the newer systems are improving, but the design gap is still there. Modern CNS and D systems like your Mode S radar and the newly IP-based VCSs, they are getting better when it comes to supporting decision-making through better HMI, through color coding, and even better event logs. For example, if we look at the Frequentus VCS, the 2030 version, it now shows the sector map. When a VHF radio fails, the screen highlights the frequency in red. It grays out the affected positions and also auto-displays the backup frequency already in service. That design supports decision-making because the ATSEP instantly sees the service impact and recovery path without even digging through manuals. However, we still struggle with many alarms pop up during power outages. For example, you would have 20 new alarms on the screen, but the system does not tell you doesn't tell the ATSEP, fix the UPS first. The UPS is the one in error. So ideally, and communication will follow. So that is a problem with the current system designs. When the alarms are too much on the computer there, it doesn't really give you a systematic follow-up. So as per ICAO Doc 10057, human factor principle, CNSD system needs more ecological design. This means that the system should be simple to use, but also offer more details to the ATSEP to effectively repair faults. Unfortunately, until then, human understanding still depends more on the ATSEP experience than on the system. Thank you.
Much colleagues, just a quick one. IFATSEA, she's our senior instructor at the Aviation Training Academy. So
if you don't stop them, they can talk until tomorrow. So don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. But I think when you're listening to Ivan's answer, it's a proof that we are moving away from the legacy equipment to more automated CNS systems, and we can access them remotely. So, Miguel, I just want you to build on that. So what are some of the human factors risk that are emerging from the CNS systems becoming automated and remotely managed?
Thomas, about this, we have common errors and the closed linked to work environment, system complexity, procedures, and human limitation involved on it. We have slips and the lapses. We have mistakes decisions. We have violations, can be intentional deviations. We have communication errors, procedure errors, and why these errors occurs in CNS, because the systems are complex. And for example, we have systems like ILS, DVR, and radar are highly technical and interdependent. Small mistakes can have large impact on the operations. We have high reliability expectation. The system must operate almost 100% all time. Pressures leads to shortcut or stress can occur. Work environment, we have shift work, night operation, and fatigue.
Thank you very much for that, Miguel. Indeed, mistakes and errors, I think they're going to increase as most of our CNS equipment become automated. I read something, it was last week, on human factor, but it was speaking to the company's cultures to say no one reports what they will be punished for. Therefore, Eni, I want you to build on this quote that I just shared. So how can organizations encourage the reporting of human factors issues without the fear of blame?
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Yeah, so organizations or companies are encouraged to help by making sure that they establish what is known as just culture, where every ARTSEP or everyone in the organization is not afraid. They are comfortable to report any errors. Some errors are done accidentally. Some of them are intentionally. You can't know when the error is done, but people are supposed to be encouraged to report. How do they encourage them? By making sure that they provide confidential, anonymous, where if I report, no one else will know that it's this person that has reported this. And with doing that, I'll be encouraged. Even next time, I'll report whenever there's something that will maybe jeopardize the safety of the aviation. Yeah. The other thing is the staff are supposed to be trained. We've been talking about training since morning in every presentation, every panel discussion. I think they've touched on training. ARTSEPs are supposed to be trained. They need to know things to do with human factor. They need to know things to do with safety, what they are supposed to do whenever they find something that will cause safety to be. Yeah. So the other thing is the feedback. The organization needs to give feedback to the ARTSEPs or whoever has reported the error. Many are the times where maybe you report something as in the raw management, you report an error or they'll work on it and then they will not give you the feedback. You don't know how it was resolved. So it's important for organizations to give feedback to the persons who reported the error. And then not only the error, if someone is free to talk about when they feel stressed, they talk about their problems, because I know even here, if I have a problem that is affecting me, I will not perform well. So if I feel I need to open up and speak about it, I need to be helped. Okay, so organizations have the bigger work to do when it comes to managing the human factor. And then the other important aspect is that organizations need to protect the reporter and not use that against them. They need to protect them so that they are not attacked. Okay, so there's a risk I can still go on and on, but the important thing is that the organization or management, I would say management, they play a bigger role in managing stress or managing human factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Enia, for that. I see a lot of people nodding, so it shows that people are very happy, very impressed with this. So to the leadership, I think what my takeaway from what you just said, Enia, is to say the feedback, it's very important.
Yeah.
How you solve the problem. Please come back to us, inform us, update us on how it was solved. And then the other thing is people that are reporting whatever it's bothering them, let them be protected, and let's have the confidentiality clause. Let's protect them, and let's protect the info that we share with our leadership. But while I'm still on the same point, I want this to speak to human factor. So I will take it to South Africa, to Mayor IFATSEA. So how do organizational culture, leadership, and the reporting practices influence human performance in the CNS environment?
Yes, so thank you for the question. Organizational culture, leadership, and reporting practice directly shape whether the ARTSEP can perform safely and accurately under pressure. Unfortunately, in a blame culture, ARTSEP will hide mistakes, near misses, because of the fear of disciplinary action, like we have mentioned earlier. And that kills human performance because faults get fixed, but lessons aren't shared. Let's take an example in our operational environment. If an ARTSEP, for example, accidentally takes a primary VHF offline during maintenance, and because they're scared, they don't report it. The next person in shift as well, because the culture is that we don't report things, we are scared, the next person coming in does the same as well. They make a mistake, they don't report it. But in that case, the after effect is that then the ARTSEP or the ATC, they end up facing communication outage because we have faults happening, but we have no one to report them. They keep it a secret to themselves. So a just culture instead treats errors as system failures first. ARTSEP feels safe to report, so the organization learns. It is important that leadership, which is management, they set the tone. When managers attend, for example, shift briefing, and then they hear that we have had communication outage or we have had system faults, they don't ask who did what. They should ask what went wrong. And in this way, it helps. It helps the environment. It helps the culture. It helps with the feeling, so that ASAP don't fear reporting. And this closes the loop as well. When ASAP feel like they can report, they can feedback, and also their own management, their own bosses, they have their back as well. Reporting practices are the tool that turns culture into performance. Poor reporting due to victimization, poor reporting result in paper forms, delayed feedback, and no error analysis. ASAP then see reporting as admin, not safety. Strong practices do the opposite. Electronic safety reporting with quick feedback increases visibility and sharpens human performance, because ASAP start thinking proactively, not just reactively. We should move away from a culture that fears audit findings, hides errors, and point fingers. Rather, we should embrace findings, learn from them, and ensure that we don't repeat them again. And this can only happen if leadership should be the one to reinforce this culture. Leadership should reinforce this culture by acting on reports, fixing procedures, updating training, improving space availability, and so forth. So the organizational culture decides if people speak up. The leadership decides if it is acted on, and then reporting decide if the lessons are captured and shared. Together, they either create resilience in CNS operation, or unfortunately, they create silence, and the faults repeat and the cycles continues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for that. Isaac, I know you remember Ivan was in Uganda teaching the human factor. The knowledge is very vast there when it comes to human factors. You can hear, and the passion that is, it's there. So thank you very much for that. I think as the upcoming leadership of different entities, I know there's a lot of people that are going to be in the leadership in the next coming years here. So let's do away with the blame culture. Colleagues, the true measure of just culture is not how it responds to success, but whether people still choose to speak when news is uncomfortable. I don't think we'll finish interrogating this question of leadership and human factor and the culture. But can I quickly move to speak about the safety management systems? Mr. Miguel, you touch a little bit on system on safety management system on one of your slides. So just a quick one. How should human factor be integrated into the SMS for the CNS function?
Associate human factor from SMS. They are together. They are brothers. The organization is recommended to the organizations to move beyond purely technical safety and they adopt the system-wide human-centered approach. Some measures are necessary. Embed the human factors in SMS components. Safety policy, it includes clear commitment to human performance and errors management. Promote a just culture, no punishment for unintentional errors. Define roles and responsibilities for ARM26 regarding HF. Safety risk management identify human-related hazards like fatigue, workload, automation, dependence, communication failures. Safety assurance, we need to monitor human performance indicators like error rates, incident near miss reports, and the fatigue reports. It's very important to join human factors and the SMS.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for that. Colleagues, on this one, we've touched a bit on it to say, since our CNS systems are becoming more automated and remotely managed, it has some risk on human factor. So, but Ivan, I just want to know, as organizations, how can we prepare our ATSEPs for these new responsibilities? For example, your cybersecurity and remote system management.
Okay. That's a very interesting question, because organization can prepare ATSEP for cybersecurity and remote system management by treating them as new core competencies. In some ANSP, you'll find that cybersecurity, for example, is one of those things that you tick. You get an email, take an assessment, and then, all right. So remote system management by treating them as new core competencies, not as add-on IT tasks. First, we need to go back to our ICAO Doc 10057. First, update training and licensing per ICAO Doc 10057 to include human factors and technical modules specific to cyber and remote operation. That means threat awareness, secure access protocol, and fatigue management for remote shift. I'll do an example again. An ATSEP who only did a local DVOR maintenance now needs to go and manage the IP-based VHF remotely over WAN. Without human factor training, they might log in from an unsecured laptop at 2 a.m., misjudge delay, and issue a wrong reset. So organizations should run scenario-based drills. For example, we should do the drills, the practical drills. VCS is compromised, remote access, you can only do remote access only, and then the ATC needs a backup radio within 5 minutes. That is the scenario-based training that we need to do. That builds both technical training and situational awareness for new responsibility. Secondly, organization must change procedures, must change the culture first. We must change our procedures and then tools to support remote work safely. For example, cybersecurity and remote management increase mental workload, isolation, and error risk based on ATSEP, based because the ATSEP isn't physically at site. So ANSP needs clear SOPs for remote access. Let's do 2% verification over communication, and then we shift patterns that manages fatigue as well. Again, I'll make an example. We have an ATSEP working at the operational center or at the technical center. They have to remotely manage 5 VHF sites on the RCMS PC. The organization should redesign the HMI layout of that PC with better prioritization. We need to look at, again, fatigue traps. If you're going to be sitting there the whole day as an instructor, you sit there for 8 hours looking at your screen here, we need to look at the fatigue. Plus, a just culture where ATSEP can report near misses, like clicking on a phishing link without fear. We have ATSEPs working at the remote site with their laptops, and as they're working at the laptop connected to a live system, VHF, DVR, or a radar, then they get an email on their personal, email. It's a phishing link. They click on it, and then the whole laptop just crashes. The whole system crashes. So we need to train our ATSEPs, not only on a part-time basis, not only on on a once-off, but it needs to be part of a continuous training that we teach them, and it should be embedded in all the CNSs, all the CNS courses. Again, leadership also needs to provide proper tools, like, for example, secure VPN. If I will be working in, for example, in Angola, or I will be working on a remote site, do I have a secure VPN to connect to a remote site? If I am working at home and I'm doing Teams, Teams, work from home Teams, is that Teams connection from my place to the work environment, is that connection safe? And when I do connect to my laptop, or to the laptop, or to the PC for the DVOR, the PC for the VHF, the PC, the remote PC for the DVOR, for all our CNS system, do we have MFA? Do we have protection? Do we have one login, one password, or that's it? Or do we have, can I connect and can I put a password? Then thereafter, it will verify me using MFA, or verify me using a SMS to get a code, so that when I do log in, it actually, it actually protects me before I get into the application. Server threat as well, dashboard, not just expect ATEP to figure it out, because currently right now, when something happens, something happens to the ATEP, we expect them to figure it out without having the actual proper training. And again, as per AKO SMS, you can't add responsibilities without adding competencies, capacity, and support to the ATEP. Otherwise, you trade local equipment fault for cyber incident and human overload. We need to train our ATEPs, and we need to embed that training as part of the package, not just as add-ons. Thank you.
Costs. So I think we should start paying now. They should start billing us. I'm a bit worried that I don't see anyone with writing something, because we are sharing very important information. You know, the panelists are sharing very important information. So if I don't see people writing something, I become worried. Yes. You know, colleagues, I was listening to all the speakers today, and it made me realize that Africa has people with brilliant minds, and the future and the ATEP profession, it's looking bright, colleagues. There is potential. We just need to tap on it, colleagues. So well done to everyone. But before we lose our train of thought, I think I just want you to build up on what Yvonne was talking about. So can you maybe give us the practical steps the organization can take to strengthen the human factors in the resilience of CNS system management?
Wow. You see, from all the questions that are being asked, it's not just ARTSEP, it's entirely on the organization itself. Okay? So the organization, like I said, the management involved have a bigger role to play when it comes to human factors. And the practical, I'm not going to mention all of them, but some of them, you have them in your minds. And yeah, so they need to strengthen human factors by making sure that they focus on training fatigue. Like I said earlier on, training is number one. They have to make sure there's effective communication between all stakeholders involved. Without communication, I would give an example of, even in a relationship, you have a relationship and you don't communicate. It means that relationship is not there. So equally, when it comes to human factor, communication is so important within the ARTSEPs and also with the management. So that should be encouraged. And they also need to make sure that they do put documentation. They have to standardize them. They have to make sure they are clear to follow. And also they have to make sure that the leadership in that organization use the same human factor errors that has been reported before. They can use that to monitor and make sure there's continuous improvement. Okay, so there's need to improve procedures, like I said, documentation, the checklists from both regulators and also from the ANSPs. We use the checklists. So we make sure that everything is included in the checklist. Sometimes there's something that we talk about, like you've been doing when it comes to inspectors. You do inspection every time, like you go for inspection. Sometimes you can even go there without a checklist and just do what you already know. But that's not encouraged because you might miss out something very important. So the organization from the both sides needs to make sure documentation is well put in place. Then there's also need to provide adequate tools to use, because this is one thing that I always emphasize on. If you ask me, my last inspection that I did last month, one of the findings was on tools, because I found that more than 10 ARTSEPs are using only 2 tools box. So that was not enough. The organization, their management is supposed to give them adequate tools to use whenever they are doing their work. So those are some of the steps that the organization is supposed to put in place. Of course, the just culture we are talking about, the policies needs to be put in place and make sure that everyone understands them and they follow them. Because you might do a policy, you just put it without letting the ARTSEPs know about it. Many other times, ARTSEPs are so busy with the maintenance and whatever that you do behind the equipment, but you forget about following the policies, because you follow whatever that you already do. So the policies that are put in place, and you need to follow them. You need to have time to read and understand so that you follow what has been put in place. Yes. Not good.
Madam, thank you very much for that. ARD and Engineer Sizzling Mary, my humble request, can next year on the Africa Region meeting, can we put this topic again on the panel discussion? It's my big request, please, because I feel like we still have a lot to explore here, but for the interest of time, I've been warned not to open the question and answer session, because this is a very interesting topic and it's not going to stop. So I'm not going to give you that chance to ask us questions. So please forgive me. But with the power invested in me, I think I can say no question and answer. Colleagues, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. It's much appreciated. I know time is not on our side. And to IFATSEA, thank you very much for making the time. I know it's very late in South Africa, but thank you very much for making the time. Can we take a group picture and then we close it? Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Thomas. Don't worry, we take a note.
I don't know. Thank you.
Ok, temos. Obrigado a todos presentes. Thank you for all. Thomas, thank you. We hear you. Don't worry. Everybody take a note. Chegamos então ao fim de hoje, nosso dia, mas eu quero chamar o Sam para então fazer o encerramento desta sessão. Portanto, passar aqui uma nota apenas que provavelmente amanhã, né, teremos o nosso jantar de gala no Hotel Diamante. Good news for today is Anna confirms payment for tomorrow gala dinner at Hotel Diamante. Yeah, we deserve. Yes, we did. Director, I'm so happy for today. Thank you for your support. We appreciate a lot. All the delegates. We are so happy. What happened with sound? Thank you. Sam, it's your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director. Engineer Miri, as we plan for 2027, don't worry about the Program Director. We are sorted. We just need to sort a flight from Angola to Nigeria. It looks like we have got a very capable and able Program Director to run the show in Nigeria, God willing. God willing. Yes, we've come to an end. Thank you very much for bearing with us. We have taken a bit longer than expected, but we have managed to cover the ground. And thank you to the program director for announcing the event for tomorrow. I had it on my to-do list, but the message was a bit different. So I have got a very positive message that came through the program that I wish you highly appreciate to one of our sponsors, and for the gala dinner tomorrow. But I just felt like we need to tender apology to the delegates. As per the tradition, we'll normally have a welcome cocktail on the first day, and then followed by the gala dinner as we proceed during the course of the week. We couldn't have the welcome cocktail yesterday. It was beyond our control, as you will recall in our speech that we were operating on a shoestring budget, so we couldn't be able to accommodate that. But we just felt it's very appropriate that we do tender an apology that we couldn't honor that, especially it was reflecting on the calendar. On the program. So there were probably expectations that we'll hear a lot of truths that normally happens in those sessions that we don't get to speak in formal forums such as these ones. But let's hope that opportunity will present itself. But let's tender the apology for that. And that goes for the afternoon tea as well that we couldn't serve yesterday. Apologies for that, but I've been made to understand there are some eats outside that as we leave today, please do grab something as you leave. Then the program for tomorrow, as you might have picked up, it is a closed session. What essentially means it's only attended by the members of IFATSEA, be it as an office bearer in your respective association or a member of an association in your country. So those are the members that are expected to attend the program tomorrow for the entire day. So for our sponsors, it's a break for you tomorrow. You don't necessarily have to come here. I think Anna will probably come, not Anna, Atta. Apologies. Atta representative will come to the fore and explain probably what is happening tomorrow, if there's any, but precisely also what is happening on Friday, because the program ends on Friday. Atta, I think Lima will come and give it a brief rundown of what will happen on Friday. So it's a break for the sponsors tomorrow. But on that token, because we will have a 30 minutes to about 45 minutes closed ceremony tomorrow. So if the sponsors are available, they can join us. We'll have it immediately after our closed session. But in their absence, if they are unable to make it, it's also fine. But it is only appropriate that we do recognize and appreciate their contribution in assisting us. And in no particular order, I would single out the Ministry of Transport in Angola as part of the partners as well. We thank you very much for the support. The same goes to Anna, as the program director has just announced that there is another item that they will be delivering on our behalf as part of the principal sponsor. We are also thankful and grateful to Anna for the support. We thank you very much. Then the other sponsor that we would like to recognize is Roshan Swartz, being led by my good brother from Kenya, but I understand that he's very fluent now in Arabic as he spent a lot of time in the UAE. Mr. John Mwangi, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate the sponsorship. Teltech, and I don't mean no disrespect, it's a new kid on the block insofar as assisting IFATSEA. We appreciate the support. Janko, I hope I've got your name correct if he's still here, but on the business card it shows Janko, but in their absence, we recognize them. Thank you to our media team. This will sit on the electronic platforms, so even at the leisure of their time, they will listen to it and see that we have recognized them. But we appreciate the support. ACAMS, for the Norwegian entity, spearheaded by Jubilant David King. I think he might have left. We thank the support. Thank you very much. They deserve a clap. Oh, there you go. That's more like it. That's more like it. Elijah will know what I'm talking about. When they're in Kenya, it's not a round of applause, it's a clap. Jotron, spearheaded by Ninat, Norwegian entity as well. We thank you for the support. We highly appreciate it. And then we've got the IASA, the East Africa School of Aviation, spearheaded by a man who's wearing too many hats. He was standing in for someone, then he took over on another. He's also representing IASA, but together with the chief of ATM, Elijah Mitanga, and the colleagues that are coming from Kenya. We appreciate the support. Okay, then the next sponsor is being led by a man that I will encourage him that in his leisure he must write a book about his trip to Uganda, to Angola. He can write a book, a thesis around that. We are very much pleased to see him here. The former president of IFATSEA, Isaac Kamuko, is here, spearheading the Uganda CAA sponsorship. We thank you, sir. Thank you very much for making it. Yeah, I mean, in South Africa, we say even when there's death, we always try and crack jokes around it. He didn't have such a great trip coming here, but it's a story for another day. I would have narrated the story better at the welcome cocktail. The last sponsor, not the last sponsor, the next sponsor is HNS South Africa, spearheaded by Tutu Zile. Thank you very much. We appreciate the support. Then we've got TAC, the airliner. Thank you for the support. RNA, Cabinet, Marave, spearheaded by Avelino Dias, the CEO. We thank you for the support. And those that I might have omitted. Yep, I think I've covered all the sponsorship, but let's allow Atta Lima. I don't know if you will be the one that is giving a direction of what is happening on Friday, so that we are able to wrap. But a great pleasure. It's been a great honor. Most of the work that we have done within the 2 days, we'll do a wrap up tomorrow and give a direction as to what do we do with the wealth of knowledge and the information that we have shared here, because it just cannot remain here in Angola. We need to do something about it and see what is our contribution into advancing the profession and securing and ensuring that this complex airspace continue to be safe and the most reliable or trusted mode of transportation in the globe. But I will invite the program director, I think is here. He will be able to advise as to the arrangement on Friday at how are they planning to arrange that. But from our side, we do sign off. Thank you very much.
President, Hata President, what happened? Some calls you. If you have something to say, this is the moment. He say everything is done. Son say everything's.
Okay. I've missed one piece of information. I think I'm just been reminded here. The closing ceremony will happen between 3 and 3:45 tomorrow. In this venue, obviously. Then on the gala dinner, I think we'll stick to the programs. It's starting at 7:30. I think it's 7:30 in the evening. Is it correct? At the Hotel Diamante. Okay. So you're not gonna mention anything about the Friday, because when you say everything is done, I don't know what it means. Is it a surprise? Or... Because most of the delegates that are here, they're probably not going to be here tomorrow, so they wouldn't know what is happening on Friday. I thought we'll get that briefing before then we leave, so that we are able to plan. They are coming. All right. Thank you.
1 minute. First of all, em português. Sexta-feira está marcada uma excursão e aqui será o ponto de encontro para todos os delegados. E 8 horas pontualmente o encontro será aqui na nas instalações e depois vamos fazer uma excursão pelas instalações da ENA e mais algumas surpresas. Para a indumentária, devemos usar os brindes, nesse caso as t-shirts e os chapéus. Good news, we have more good news. Tomorrow, Friday, we have a excursion. The meeting point is here, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 8 p.m. Sorry, after morning, yes, a.m. 8 a.m. here. The clothes should be the gift. The gift. The gift. Our clothes for Friday. Yeah, bo. The gift will be should be the clothes for Friday. Is to relax. Okay? Please. Thank you, everyone. And outside we have water, Coca-Cola, and no alcohol, please.
Maybe in Portuguese, can explain to our colleagues from the Air Force, they don't have to come tomorrow.
Thank you. E para a Força Aérea chegou agora uma informação de que não for tomorrow. Pronto, que para amanhã nós estamos agradecidos porque será um encontro apenas dos ATSEPs. É isso? For tomorrow, only ATSEP family. Nosso obrigado também pelo suporte da Força Aérea, o parceiro da ENA, e com a vossa presença aqui elevou muito mais ainda a nossa atividade. Portanto, estamos satisfeitos até hoje. Please. Please. Please, don't. It's our party. It's ATSEP party. Don't worry with MC. Take the mic. Percebi agora. Quer dizer que de manhã, mas a Força Aérea deverá estar no período da tarde para o fecho. Ok. Yeah. Air Force only for afternoon. For the closed the meeting. Opa, é uma honra sempre. Pronto. Fechamos aqui então a todos que cheguem bem aos vossos aposentos e até amanhã.
Quando Deus te desenhou, Ele pensou em mim. Todo amor do mundo Ele colocou em ti, Sherry. Pessoa não pode animar, sim. Tu és prioridade, minha necessidade. Uma obra de arte, vale mais que diamante. Fala tudo que você quiser, eu compro. Luto com todo mundo. Dos teus assuntos eu cuido. Fala tudo que você quiser, eu compro. Luto com todo mundo. Dos teus assuntos eu cuido. Oh, Leni, sem ti não vou vencer. Universo sem você não existe. E não vou vencer. Universo sem você não existe. Ah.